bring things up with good timing. Not exactly common, but satisfying when it happens. So, we left off on Monday with some things to do, including puzzling over the state of this. I'm just going to replace that with cobble. Sometimes it tramples, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it automatically tills itself after having been trampled. I don't get it. Anyway, I gotta collect some marble so I can make that a reality. And then we have this great humming super battery. Hey Cheech, welcome on in. I've just gotten booted up here. I think I'm gonna have to go on a marble hunt. And conveniently, there's some right here. Well, that was disappointing. I expected there to be some under that. That's better. And now it isn't better, because now I have to undermine sand around water. I'd be careful about complaining about quiet. The universe has a way of saying, oh yeah? Huh. This has been a pretty large marble deposit. I am no longer disappointed. I, in fact, do not have enough cobblestone to backfill this all. I better go grab some more. This part is going to be a little frustrating. Because that. And lots of that happening. I don't think I have that many buckets. Well, 2. Now that all the sugar cane's going to insta-pop itself as soon as it figures out that it doesn't have water anymore. mess. Why is there a wall? Why is there so much marble underneath where I've chosen to put my campfire? May as well just rip it all down. Temporarily. I'll leave the little water spots so I know where to put the water back. Huh. That was the last marble block. I tore down the whole thing because there was one more marble block. The universe really does have a way of going. Ha ha, you thought. One water, two water, three water, four. And this area looks weirdly dark. It almost is, but not quite. Could use some more lights anyway. I don't like things being as low as light level 8. Harvested cane. Alright, now to the actual project. We need various types of marble. And the book would be nice for remembering what types of marble. Then to build, over here in the exploration chapter, this structure. That is 21 sooty, 8 pillar, 8 chiseled, just a bunch. I've always appreciated Astral Sorcery for offering that stock list. That's our city. Eight pillar, 8 chisel. We'll do those first. Okay, pillar, chisel, study. 24 bricks and 28 arch. I don't think I have enough for the arch. No, but close. Oh, we have more. Well then, problem solved. So that's the pattern of sooty for a level 2 altar. Then we'd have to fill in these crosses of bricks with chiseled in the corners. Also, how many other build previews can you completely spin like this? I think this is unique to Astral Sorcery as well. The ability to just flip the build around and study it from all angles. I don't think I will ever not misplace a brick or two. Now it's 2 pillars topped by a chisel in each corner, on top of the chiseled. Oh yeah, we're not done yet. I also need the layer of arch on the outside. Then we'll be finished. Now it's ready. And it has barely any light. Because it's daytime? It might be daytime. I'm not sure. I don't have a clock. Well, it's raining. That would do it too. Well, we have this built. There is the next chapter, which I think is where we get into the attunement thing? Yes, linking tool. With this, I think we can solve our clay problem. 2 wood, rock crystal. Let me just get the recipe assembled. Two of these. Don't like that. Definitely need more of that. But that's going to be another challenge. Rock crystal. There. Now whenever night falls, hopefully we can get this much light. Craft this, and solve many of the problems we're having. don't doubt that it won't be that simple. We also have some other problems, namely this entire setup. It is difficult and awkward, and I've introduced a large amount of power loss with this thing. So if I could just get a comparator off of here and run it back here to this ejector, we could solve a huge part of our power loss issue and just turn this on permanently. I might have the resources to do that. It'll be ugly, but functional. And that really is the huge problem with Embers, is the power loss, which has to be solved with complicated, not complicated, comparator setups, but very awkward comparator setups. Yeah, it's also the standard for just how I build in general. At this point, I've built so many comparators that I just know how to make them. Which is strange, because before I started streaming, I almost never used them. And the last thing I'm going to need is... where's my embers box? Copper plate and a piece of paper. Because I need the ember dial. And the way I'm going to do this... given how cramped this thing is, with all the wires and things spiderwebbing off of it, the only way to go is underneath. Now I have the ember dial on the underside of the ember funnel, so when the battery is full, and the funnel begins to fill, because it has its own ember capacity, then the comparator will read the ember value in the funnel. And that wire, left or right, I think it'll interfere with this if I make it go left. I'm just going to have exposed redstone wiring all over my floor. I hope it doesn't activate this hopper, because I need that hopper. Well, I can move the hopper. Like that. There. So now this thing will throw ember, send it in here, and as this thing fills, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7's about half of 15. So when this is full, and this has about 1,000 in it, or roughly half of its capacity, then the power value from the comparator will reach this torch inverter, turn the torch off, and therefore turn off the ejector. So now this thing won't be sending 300 packets. See, there it is. That's full. That's full. Wow. Yeah, the power fills up faster than the redstone can. So I want this arm of it shorter somehow, but I can't. Unless I put the inverter here? Let's just make things all the more awkward. There, that turns that off. And then we connect it back up here. Or I can just do that. Save some redstone. It's horrible, but it does the job. This thing's still got, 75,000 in it, so I don't need to run the generator. This does need more water in it, though. I actually tried in a test world to set up the pump, the water pump to get this to fill itself. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it, because then I had to separately put fuel into the water pump. And it was really efficient, but also very much a pain. Now, that being said, there is merit in making a steam engine. With a water pump? Almost with a water pump. No, the water pump makes it worse. Sorry, I'm blabbering about things that I've tested in another world, but haven't yet implemented here. So what you can do with this specifically... What? Free slime? Okay. I'll worry about that later. This machine here, the Ember Borer, can be run off of mechanical power instead of feeding it fuel directly. And doing that is more efficient in terms of fuel, so I could use less fuel and get more product out. This requires several machines and a bunch of iron to get running, but it eventually saves on fuel. And that involves a steam engine, which requires constant water input. And really the only way to get constant water input is with a pump, which would also require mechanical power. And the problem with that is if I split the power from a steam engine, then half of it is enough to run the pump, but the other half isn't enough to run the borer. So I would need 2 steam engines for twice the fuel. So at that point you have to wonder if it's still a savings, and technically it is, because the steam engine is so efficient on fuel. It's just a lot to get it running. Free slime, though. That definitely came as a surprise. Oh, and it might be dark. Uh-oh. It's very dark, but I still don't have enough moonlight to craft what I need to craft. So this is going to need to be boosted. Which I can't do because making the boosters requires more aquamarine that I don't have and can't make yet. I think our priority then needs to be enhancing the enchantment area. Which is going to involve breeding and slaughtering those cows. Books need leather after all. Right this way, fellas, right this way. Everybody eat up. I don't know what you thought was going to happen. That's enough for now. The more cows I kill, the fewer I can make in a breeding cycle. Paper, it seems, is the limiting factor. Always is. I also don't have nearly as much wood as I'd like, but that can be fixed. "16 bookshelves is a very good start. It's a start, but we are by no means done. also crucial for the whole getting a superior enchanting setup ready. Is that I'm going to need to go to the Nether and get some blaze stuff. I also need an ender pearl, which we don't have. So that'll be a challenge. Let me do that, and that. And now we're ready to try a foray into the Nether. Right after recharging our power cells. It would not do to run out of tool power in the middle of the red abyss. We already built our beachhead last time. In here I can leave my torches and torch. Well, no, actually. We may need these. I can definitely leave that. That's helping nobody. Now, what is there to see out here? Besides fire. Well, there's tons of soul sand. We'll need some of this later. But the main priority, as always, is in finding another fortress. And not having too many problems with ghasts. No. I don't want to destroy the fireballs, I want to send them back at the sender. The Grand Hammer can't even do that. Wow, this thing is the most disappointing indestructible weapon I've ever used. It deals nice heavy hits, but it destroys everything, sets stuff on fire, it's slow. It's just a huge pain. I would much rather go back to Mind Fantasy and get my halberds back, but then I wouldn't be able to access embers at all. That's the problem. We were spoiled. We had good tools, strong armor, and a fun crafting minigame, combined with some incredible repair kits where I never had to worry about durability. I remember embers fondly because its tools don't believe in durability. And I completely ignored the fact that we had that in Mind Fantasy, in tools that we could repair freely for cheap. We also had the horrifying dragons, and minotaurs, and sprinting zombies armed with swords, so I'm not sure if we were entirely better under Mind Fantasy. But it was at least fun. I suppose I am glad that I don't have to keep side-eyeing the nether pigs at all times, because a minotaur can tick them off at any time. That is no longer true. Now I am the only one that can provoke them. So I just won't, because they have nothing of value. Enderman. Unusual, but not entirely unheard of. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be an easy way to get down to them. The alternative, of course, is to bring them up to me. No pearl. Hey you, you're next. There you are. Ow. Are you still angry, or did the fire run you off? Ah. And that is why I hate fire aspect weapons. Oh, he's back, and he's still mad. And he's gone. And he's... Ow. Figure yourself out. Can't hit him. He's gonna kill me with his next shot. No. No. No drop. 2 kills, no pearls. Just my luck. I only need 1. What is that XP down there? Did something die of fall damage, or did an Enderman teleport just as I killed it? We are experiencing a gated gear paradox right now. in order to make appreciable progress, I need a way to more easily and less dangerously traverse the Nether. But I can't have that without high-level astral sorcery, and I can't have that without being able to enchant things very well, and I can't have that without going through the Nether. Funny how things loop that way. And he escapes. Meanwhile, my exploration is stymied by walls of lava. Which is why I keep blocking off the lava flows. It kind of turns the Nether into a kind of Metroidvania. Where I'm delivering colored keys to lava waterfalls and opening up different exploration paths. Another one higher up. Oh! Okay, I didn't hit him. That was the fall damage. We're fine. He's not gonna go berserk. The wall of lava is these two flows here. And that's it subsiding. We're still no closer to finding what I need to find. Wait, are you mad? What? Well, we got a pearl out of it anyway. I don't remember ticking off that one. He just kind of came for us. No sign of netherbrick. Just more endless red rock and more lava than we know what to do with. I can't even take it home because my tank doesn't work across dimensions. And our map is no good. Not seeing any hints of where another fortress could be. Sometimes you'll notice darker brick or straight tunnels. I guess we cut back toward base and try to explore northwards. Though I think that way was just a sheer lava ocean. Look at all these guys. Well, this isn't the way I came. How did I get here? Must have been up this way. No, this doesn't go anywhere. That's always the trouble with the Nether. You can take what seems like a straightforward path to get one way, and then have no idea how you got there when you try to get to backtrack. It just disappeared. Now we're under fire. Gotcha. You didn't die, though. They are so fast when they want to be. Makes it very hard to predict where to put the return shot. Yep. Lava ocean. This guy's just gonna harass me the whole time, isn't he? I'm trying to find my way back home again, huh? I don't have the brain power to spare to play tennis along the way. Uh-oh. Stop that. Taking the path. Digging an upward staircase in the Nether is the most dangerous time for a lava pocket to appear. They're very difficult to block off from that direction. Because you're trying to go up, and the lava's trying to come down. Alright, made it back. Two more problems. More of the same problem. Yeah, I can't exactly go north. It's just across an open gulf. Especially with a ghast shooting at me constantly. I could be collecting quartz and glowstone, but they're not going anywhere. And I have no need for them right now. Damn it. Another one? Whoa. Enderman right next to me. I'd fight in front of the pearl, but not on a cliff. That's just asking to get knocked into the lava. And I'd rather not lose all my gear to a reckless melting incident. Still no sign of a fortress. Just extremely dangerous terrain in every direction. And the ever-present cry of the ghast. Oh yay, we're directly above infinite lava. Don't need that. And that's just what it's like in every direction. What I need is that Avitas wand, so I can just walk on air again. But, that is really late stage astral sorcery. More horrible death pits. So far, there is nothing of value in any direction. Still nothing. Anywhere. A 100 meters has never felt so far. This is a long stretch of solid rock. Does it end? I'm just afraid that I'm going to rip this long tunnel like this and run out of floor. Well, this is a change of scenery. Just not a very useful one. There, so I don't lose the way back. Hopefully. My ember cartridge is also getting awfully low. Oh, for... Really? Bye. One hit. I don't know what mod is responsible for this, but the gas fireballs definitely lose damage when I hit them. I knew a big chunk of that wasn't real. How can I have gone this long without seeing anything resembling a fortress? Normally they're a little bit more common than this, even in the older version. Aha, we've got one. Unfortunately, it's very awkwardly placed. And we have another ghast friend. Oh boy, it's not even, it's even worse. There's a big gap on the way to get there. If I had an unlimited supply of gravel, this would not be a problem. I don't think this is going to get me where I want to be. No. There's no wall on the way. We're just in the ceiling. The important thing is that we've spotted one and now have a general idea of where to go. Hello there. Get bashed. Okay, the real challenge can be making this useful. And not completely running out of power while I'm here. Leave me alone. Oh boy. More problems. Lots more problems. Oh, that looks like a blaze spawn over there. That could be useful. For some values of useful. This is an inconvenient dead end full of lava. Oh yeah, that's a spawner, alright. Hello to semi-contained places. Okay, so the shield does nothing. It's alright though. I got a couple. I can mark this. And then see if we have enough power to get back home again. It's a long way. It's a very long way. I almost... If this gap had been one block to the left, I would have just walked off that cliff. Speaking of, why did I take no fall damage? How am I not dead? Well, the important thing is that we have some blaze material. Some. A little bit. Enough for an advanced enchanting setup. Minimap claims we are miraculously digging a tunnel through lava, so there must be a lava ocean directly below, which means I need to not get overzealous. Cartridge is now empty. That's bad. Does that mean we're relying on the lower capacity jar? And still need to make our way home. And if this jar runs out of power, our pickaxe stops working. And we still have a long way to go. Just in case. Oh no. Of course it escapes. How do I get home again? It's just all cliffs and death. Maybe if I could get up here. Does this get me anywhere useful? Not exact. Well, maybe. I remember this view. This is exactly where I was when I said 100 meters has never felt so far. And now we have evidence that we've been this way. More evidence of previous passage. And there's home. It's just a matter of reaching it. Without getting overzealous and flying off a cliff. Okay, that fire just wouldn't break. Mission accomplished. Our ember power running on fumes. Wither fragments, Electroblob ruined books, mushrooms. These desperately need recharging. And I need to make this table upgrade. The Eye of Ender is the whole reason we went into the Nether. Blaze powder by hand. Starlight for 4, which we can't do. Or flat stamp for 4. Well, that's a nice option. In the confusion, I've completely forgotten where my gear is. Flat stamp. Bam. We have nickel. We have iron. There's no spare anything floating around. You are charged. Eye of Ender. Why Why do I have so much iron? Oh well. Not going to look a gift iron in the iron. That was 2 obsidian, right? 2 obsidian, 4 gold, and a broken quill. Book, feather, ink sac. Book, ink sac, problem. We have no feather. Oh. That was doing nothing because our mantle jar, which operates when we don't have the cartridge in our offhand, is in the charger. Now I have power when I'm not actively holding power in my offhand. Alright. Now it's time for a chicken hunt. Kind of unusual that I haven't bothered hunting for chickens yet. But this is the world I find myself in. One without chickens. What biomes are chickens most common in? Swamps, I think. Which is suddenly very important because of the way I've chosen to arrange my world generation. I just wish there was a way to turn off the fire on any of these ember weapons. Because if I want to make a regular weapon that isn't on fire, I've only got vanilla swords. Or astral sorcery crystal tools, I suppose, but I'm not exactly in a good stage of astral sorcery to be worrying about those. Conveniently, sheep. I'm not here for the sheep, I'm still looking for chickens. But the sheep are here. Where are the chickens? I distinctly remember chickens being common to swamps. That's kind of burned in my mind due to a mistcraft mishap. Ah, I need feathers. You will all be sacrificed on the altar of my need for feathers. Alright then. With these feathers, we make our way back again. And continue working on the enchantment setup. Because these feathers allow us to make that. And now I can complete the table upgrade. In celebration, let's clear cut the tile. Because I don't need my inventory space anymore. We can just rip our way through on our way home. And then stop having to avoid trees on the way. This is just a ridiculous amount of work, all in the name of collecting clay, which we need to continue with embers. And the only way to get it is with astral sorcery, because our world gen has kinda screwed us over. Spare feathers, spare blocks. Cooked chicken is a food. Okay, that, these, and the bone pieces. Bam. Now I'm just waiting on more bookshelves, so I can improve my enchanting discount. Because that 16%, that needs to go up. And that only goes up with more bookshelves. Which means tons more paper. Interesting that unbreaking isn't even on the list here. Kind of surprised by that. Also, funny question, but do these have their own enchantments? That would be a no. There's no, like, added capacity enchantment. You need fortune. Even if I can't afford full fortune, you need fortune. I could also put Scorching Heat on the Battle Axe and see if it cuts charcoal, like we tried to do before with the Lumber Axes in our previous playthrough. I also probably shouldn't be carrying this diamond pickaxe around, because it doesn't really do anything for us. The real tragedy here is how very little starlight this altar has. I need a better place to put it. And the most important part of that better place is not necessarily going to be a star pool, but altitude. However, of course, our attempts to do that are stymied by an army of locals. I really don't know why enemy spawn rates are absolutely ridiculous. But I found my star pool. Look at this. It's pretty big, too. I don't know if its size is particularly important. I can mark the rough center of it here, I think. you. Bonk. Bonk. Where'd you go? Bonk. Okay, the Enderman hunt, not really working out. Bye. I don't know if Enderman take fall damage. Don't they teleport right before landing? There's water down there. I could check. I'll probably just be disappointed again, though. Another one. Because of course. We're almost out of shield. Where'd the Enderman go? There was a flash, and then it disappeared. Oh well. I can just sneak into my own lair the hard way. I have to put the pearl away manually, along with this stuff. Or it'll end up in overflow. As it is, iron is in overflow because this isn't converted. I'm still not decided as to if I should convert this and when I should convert it. But the key thing is that I found a location to move this altar to. Or even potentially build a second altar. That's a thought. Because it'd be so much more convenient to have our own personal altar in here. But until we have a bigger altar elsewhere with a lot of natural starlight accumulation, there is no way we'll be able to upgrade this one. Or even use it. So what is the next step? The next step is daytime. The problem with building an entire second altar, besides the marble expense, is the rock crystal expense of leveling it. So I guess what I could do instead is maintain this multi-block here and expand it as necessary, and go ahead and build a second multi-block, and carry the astral source, carry the altar itself between the two locations. Which means we are hunting marble again. I can tear apart and loot these substructures for the marble they contain. But the big ones I want to leave mostly intact. Well, only the chamber has to remain intact. The actual temple structure above I can also cannibalize. Some of these are going to go off the cliff. So it's not going to be a perfect harvest. It would also be easier if I started from the top. And since I'm running on ember power, I don't have to worry about breaking the pick. Oop. Should have seen that coming. Now, be careful on this side. Because this is the cliff's edge side. Alright, cliffside no longer dangerous. I can just continue harvesting everything. Isn't this so much more lucrative than harvesting pockets of amber under, or pockets of marble underground? We're just ripping up an ancient an ancient structure so we can rebuild the thing elsewhere. There. Now it is completely gutted. And I have tons of marble. And now it's lit enough that it's not also a monster farm. The sun is setting. Which means we may need a wee nap before beginning the build of the replacement on this star pool. It's also going to require tons of cobble and ladders, as it always does. Because as always, with the usual paradox of twin-gated progression, The amount of starlight and level of progress required to make a teleporter requires you to have a very powerful altar in the first place. Now my next great trick would be getting a comparator on this funnel and then running the line up to this ejector. Which I think I can do. Didn't have bricks. Or engraved, which is the more unusual. Okay, so if I put the dial back here, I can have the comparator here. And I don't want this to be very long, because these only have a capacity of 2,000, and the bursts are coming something like 300 at a time. So this needs to stop early once it starts to fill. Three should be enough. 4 if we're feeling lucky. And let me just confirm that does what I think it does and turns off the torch. It does. Now I might need repeaters to make this work, which is unfortunate because that will also slow down the signal, which we don't want to happen. It'll be easier to make this work if I place this here. Then I can make the redstone line run this way, which is ugly, but will be effective. just like everything else. I could do a repeater, or I could just do 2 more inverters. I think I need to do a repeater, though, which is more expensive in terms of redstone, but I have the redstone for it, so why not? That's more cooked stone. This way I don't put that redstone torch to waste. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Huh. I didn't even need the repeater. Well, now I have a spare repeater, in case of mechanical or electrical nonsense. Now I can put all the ember crystals I want into this thing. And it'll always work. An ember dial here might be nice. Oh, I have one. Never mind. Okay, next big question. Steam power. Steam power and infinite water. I have an idea for that, but it involves gold. Fortunately, we have some. So this is going to be stupidly over-engineered, but I'm going to do it anyway. So make sure my levers are correct. That one's on, which is correct, so it routes into here. That one needs to be off. Gear stamp. Make me 2 gold gears. I'm also going to need a selection of iron ones, because the steam engine needs a gear to make. The pump does not need a gear, but needs iron plates. I'm also going to need a gearbox, so I can split the power. And the gold gears will be going into redstone gears, so I can toggle the power. the idea behind this is that I want, because a single steam engine can run... Wait, I might be stuck on this. Yeah, I'm stuck on this without clay. So what I wanted to do was make steam engines so I could more efficiently draw ember power from the ground. The problem with that is that in order to use mechanical power to run the ember bore, I need a mechanical actuator, which involves a machine accessor, which involves Caminite bricks, which are made from Caminite and brick and blend and clay, which has become an enormous pain in the neck to collect. So that's kind of on hold until we build this. Let me just grab a ton of cobblestone. And I don't think 24 ladders is enough. But I'm glad we have them. Will 51 be enough? Also probably not. We get our water buckets. Make sure it's, yep, daytime and before noon. What? How dare? Go hide under your tree. So our star pool marker is right there. And I'm going to need, what is it, 15 wide? So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, nope. I'm counting by fours again. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So this will be the edge. And then from the edge, because I'm apparently such a bad shot. 3, 5, 7. Yeah, a 7 by 7 pool should be enough. That way I can't possibly miss it on the way down. Is there a cobblestone brick? No. That's fine. Exploit the water propagation rules. A water source block that is adjacent to two, or no, if you have two adjacent water source blocks, and a block next to them is flowing water, on top of a solid block, it will create a new water source block there. So that's how I just made this entire pool, by only filling in the edges, because the edges see this as a legal block for the water propagation rules. And then this block becomes legal, and then this block becomes legal, and then this block becomes legal, and it does the same thing in the other direction as well, and that's how it fills in the whole thing. So now we go way, way up, above cloud level, where the starlight is pure and uninterrupted. Technically 128 is all that's required, but I like to go well and truly above the clouds at 135. That way, they don't float through my face as I'm trying to work. Three, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And there's our diving board. Now I just have to fill this out. Sky building is always a little nerve-wracking for me. I always have the shift key crushed down so I can't walk off the cliff, because I have a heights issue. It's usually not that great, but my level of personal verisimilitude in games is such that even heights in virtual spaces I find very concerning. But only where fall damage is a thing. If plummeting to my death is not a consequence, then I am as confident as can be in high places. However, in games such as Minecraft, and one of the most egregious examples was in Tron 2. There's a level inside a broken down machine and you overheat, and it has a moving platform section under time pressure in a huge empty gulf. That was a problem. Great game though. Maybe I'll share it at some point if I can find my hard copy again. Alright, we have our platform. Now if I can just find our diving pool, we can make it home and go collect. There we go. Excellent. I'll even light this up. While under attack, of course, because things just cannot leave us alone. Look at all the monsters. I think the Hexland's terrain did something that just makes it an infestation. Maybe we could remake that extremely powerful Lucerna ritual and just ban mobs from the surface again. Though maybe not with so extreme a radius. I don't know if I have enough ladder. And we'll need... not ruined. Definitely arch. Brick. Chiseled was not many. It was like 8. No engraved. Oh, and regular. Regular goes in here now. Okay, that one. Okay, that should be enough. We'll have a wee nappy. Try and get back up there. If we don't have enough ladders, this will not be a building trip. I'm not even heading in the right direction. Also, this portal marker I don't need anymore. Zombie, just give up. Speaking of just give up, yeesh. When you have a little nap and wake up in the morning, the monsters are supposed to be gone. I guess in this case they just decided to say no. Okay, well I'm going to make it to the top with or without ladders like this. And I'm a block off. I wanted to come right up underneath the existing platform. So here. If I do it this way, it'll be slower. But I'll at least know the ladder situation in sides. Oops. Missed a spot. At one time, there was said to be a trick where you could place ladders every other block and climb up them just fine. But I don't know what version of the game that is. And it is clearly not this one because it just failed. That is not enough ladder, but we're close. I am missing 1, 2, pardon me, 3, 4, 5 ladders. That's pretty good. Now we'll just throw this multi-block together from memory. Chiseled, pillar, chiseled, pillar, pillar, chiseled. And then the arch. Bingo. And now I take out this unsightly pillar on my way back down. I should probably be holding my cartridge, but it doesn't make a difference. Now with the path back up next time, I can also add these little shields. A staircase wouldn't be amiss either. And I need more wood for ladders. The time is fast approaching where I need to start exploiting spruce trees to get tons of wood. I also want to design a semi-complicated redstone circuit when we get to the point where I'm putting steam engines on my ember borer. I want to make it so the steam engine runs the steam pump, or runs the water pump, fills up like a water reservoir, and the steam pump switches over to running the ember borer when the reservoir is full, and then switches back to running the water pump only when the reservoir is empty. I've never done a circuit like that before. I'm taking this. This has got to go elsewhere. Birchwood is garbage. We can turn this into ladders. That's too many. That's enough. I only need 5. We'll hang on to the rest. Now it was rock crystal, 2 of these. Interesting. I forgot I cooked those. 2 wood and sticks. And that will make the linking tool so I can finally start creating clay. I think. There might be a little bit more to it than that. Let's get 8 of those just in advance. Well, what else is this going to need? Bucket of starlight, bucket of lava. Speaking of lava, why don't I have a lava tank? I do. I just don't have an amphora to run it. So let's deal with that too. Missing the radiant dust. There we go. We'll need a second one of these at some point. But right now, I need a way to clear lava and collect it for later. There. obnoxiously large lava amount, I will be stealing you. Whatever I can reach. And whatever fits in the tank. That's probably all that fits in the tank. Also, I have Fortune 2 now, so I could be mining these diamonds. Still not going to, though. I will be taking this. Oh yeah, those gears. I guess that'll be a later project. I also need iron gears. How many? 1, 2, 3? I think that's it. 3 iron gears. Wait, no. 4 or 5 to make these actuators. And then 6 to make the gearbox. That's actually kind of convenient. Because if I need 6 iron gears, that's a multiple of 3. Which means we aren't wasting any potential bonus nickel. Make it happen. And you can just have all these shards. I'm keeping the crystals, though. And bucket of lava. Making a lot of weird plans about now, and I'm headed the wrong way. Oh, interesting. Despite not producing any of the drops that a pickaxe does because it destroys blocks, the Grand Hammer counts as enough of a pickaxe to get the eye from these guys. So whatever I need a zillion eyes of the ancients for, I will soon have them. Nope, not this time, Creeper. Okay, Creeper goes off anyway. Even though I was out of rain, another one! And more are spawning faster than I can fend them off. I'm going up here. I forgot to bring my cobblestone so I could make the climbing shield. So I'm gonna have to fight some dudes when I drop back down. Huh? What? Oh, right. Right. I forgot. That's more like it. Linking tool. In water, facing a skeleton. Very dangerous. Got him though. Okay. Not okay. I'm gonna need wood to make a door. And there is some on this tile. Get lost. Bye. Enjoy your daylight, boys. Okay, so crafting table, which I am explicitly putting outside, out of reach of this crystal. Because I don't know if using the crafting table function of the crystal breaks it, but it seems to have in the past. Okay, now what the heck am I doing? I had a design for this last stream, and I have since forgotten it. What I've got to do is have a lava stream that's perfectly vertical, that flowing starlight touches, turns into sand, and then drops into somewhere, pardon me, and then drops into somewhere where breaking it doesn't risk it falling into the lava. But the only way to make lava cooperate is to make it fall farther than the sand does. So it has no reason to hit a block and splash outward. It just falls into a 1x1 square. But that means there will simply be a lava column on the left side of the sand column. I need to break the sand column and collect the sand. I think I'm just going to have to put up with it. The other thing is, I need blocks. I did not bring enough or any. But I dug too fast and some of them became ghost blocks. Including one mysteriously in my face. Can't have that. That's too dark. There we go. Okay. So this is our perfectly safe lava column. It goes into that hole and doesn't splash outward. Phase 2. Is to build something so the liquid starlight has no choice but to contact the lava. I don't need that block. And now the starlight flows down from there, touches the lava, turns into sand, the sand falls, lands here, and all is well. So let's put that up there, and bingo, we have sand. Unlimited sand, sometimes being burned by the lava. Which I really wish wasn't the case, but I don't know how to fix that part. Because anything I do... anything I do to stop the lava before it passes by, like if I put a block here, then the lava will flow over into the sand column while the sand is falling. And nothing about that is good. Like, I could do that. And you'd think that would work. But no. You can see the lava flowing in, and then it burns up all the sand, and burns up the torch, and resets the column. If I broke that, so the lava could flow backwards, and maybe, just maybe, it won't also flow to the right when this is broken. No, it in fact does so, and breaks the whole system. But this is actually fine. I didn't make this to farm sand, or to maybe farm aquamarines. That will come later. What I made this to do was to farm clay. Which I think is working, but I'm not sure. It is working. Good. I didn't have to link a second block. So now, at a frustratingly slow pace, we have unlimited clay. Technically, the transmutation process speeds up at night, but not really enough to be super noticeable. But this is what it was all about. Getting easier access to clay, so we can continue to make things like Caminite for our ember purposes. The other good news is that now we've captured this crystal and are already using it for transmutation, so this means I can also turn iron ore into star metal. So this little area is now a twofer. The most important thing, though, is the clay. Amazing that I had to go to all this trouble to make a clay generator. But it's my own fault for installing hexlands. I wanted interesting terrain and I got it. And that came at the cost of not having all the normal terrain. And the normal terrain features that you kind of take for granted. This is still unbreakable. Always will be. Astral Sorcery does not let you break the Shrine Crystals. I think that's for multiplayer purposes. Because if you could, then you could completely lock other players out of Astral Sorcery advancement. Because if these crystals go, you can't make the wand and the starter altar, and you can never get anywhere. Alright, stack of clay. That'll do it for now. Let's get back. Smashing everything on the way. Now I can make 2 stacks of Caminite, and we can proceed doing Embers things. Boom. Return of Caminite. Get me some bricks. I'll keep the rest in reserve. Now, how about those gears? Nickel won't make gears. It just makes ingots, plates, and nuggets. Nickel plates have use eventually. I don't really remember what they're good for, but I'll be happy to hold on to a small selection of them. Now it's time to exploit our iron supply. I'm going to need a gearbox, which requires axles, which requires iron nuggets. The purpose of the gearbox is to split mechanical power. a rotational force goes in, and half the rotational force, or rather a fraction of... There's a better way to put that. A rotational force goes in and is divided by the number of faces that you want it to be. So if you have one gear on the input face and then 2 gears on output faces, half goes each way. Of course, what I'm doing instead is making a redstone gear and an inverse redstone gear. So instead of half the power going each way, because half power from a steam engine can't run an ember bore, I am instead having all of the power toggle in 2 different directions. We need a mechanical pump, which is iron plates, fluid pipes, fluid extractor, caminite bricks. I need more fluid pipes. Good thing I have all this iron. We'll hold on to some levers just in case. This is a 0 ember build, so I don't need any receptors or emitters. Just the pipes. As for plates, I need the plate. No, I might need a second extractor. Because I'm making a fluid vessel. Running up against caminite bricks, though, a lot. Alright, fluid extractors, one of which is for the pump. Pump, frame, vessel, steam engine. More plates. I've run myself out of iron plates. Copper plates are fine. Iron plates, though. Let's prepare some more iron plates. Also use potatoes. Expand potato. Anyway. Definitely turn that off. Because it becomes a problem if left on. Plate stamp. Iron. Inventory definitely cluttering up. Because we have plans that need to be planned. Does this overflow? Kind of seems to come close. Power 2. Keep going. I want to see what this looks like. Power 1. It's off. This thing's power gets pushed up to just shy of overflow. Good. Right where I want it. Now let's shove the nickel over. And I did this for the iron plates. Give me that. Never leave a stamp in your stamper. never know what the consequences of forgetting it could be. Steam engine. Steam engine has to be fed fuel by either a hopper or item pipes. And between the two, a hopper's cheaper. I think this is everything I could need. No. I need mechanical actuators, 2 of them. That's not enough bricks. 1 more. To make stairs. Now, before I make either of these, I know I'm going to need 2 machine accessors in order to construct them. But the thing is, the mechanical actuator only accepts power from straight on, and the mechanical gearbox accepts power from 90-degree angles. So because the Ember Bore is at the bedrock layer, and the fact that bedrock exists and is going to be in the way could cause some problems. I'm going to have to go down there and diagnose which of these I need to run the pump and the bore. And on top of that, we also still need our comparator and a fluid dial. You can't make those without torches. The fluid dial will go on the fluid vessel, which we can use to read its fluid level. And that will give us a reading when it's full enough that I can turn off the pump and switch over to the bore. And then I don't know how I plan to toggle the bore, to toggle the redstone again, when it then gets empty enough that I can switch back to the pump. I haven't really thought that part out. So let's see here. This pipe is fine. This pipe is how we get the products out of the bore. But how do we get power into it and power to the pump? It looks like we have a decent 90-degree angle here. Oops. Let me get out of this bedrock pit. So if I have this power coming straight on from here, I can gearbox and go, but the water is a level up. It doesn't have to be a level up. can make an artificial water source down here. With some difficulty, apparently. All it has to be is an infinite water source. No, but this is too close. I'm gonna have to start this whole water thing over. Which I don't have the cobblestone to do. Okay, water is cancelled today. This one too. Okay, water solved. What I need is, because axles only go in straight lines, so I need to be able to have power and a pool at the same level. Maybe we can find a place to make a pool over here. It can be a decent distance away, and that's fine. I have enough pipes and axles to make that work. But it has to be on this layer. So this bedrock block here messes with it. And so do these. You know what? Perfect is the enemy of good. So what I need are 2 of these straight-on power accessors. And right now my water pool is gone. I'm gonna have to remember that. I can't just leap off and land on the bedrock, because that's, you know, instant death from this height. So I need 2 actuators. Got a bunch of redstone, some sticks just in case. I have 1 hopper too many. Didn't need to make the hopper. Could have just harvested the one from the boar itself. Also, some fuel would be nice. In fact, since coal is so plentiful, I'll just take 2. Kinda sucks to have to take the ladder down. But okay. We have an actuator here, which needs a gear on it to function at all. Don't ask me why, the mod is weird like that. Then we apply an axle. And at minimum it would be gearbox, axle, actuator, pump. I could do it that way. That would work. I could also put the pump further back here, which would be just as good. Which I think is what we're going to do. There's the pump. I'll use cobblestone to block in the pump water. 1 water here. 1 water here. Infinite water source underneath the pump. Mechanical actuator on the pump. Our last gear there. Axle. I'm going to move this around a bit. Make it easier to access. The water is going to be a bit of a pain, but I guess we'll just handle that. Make this a true bordered pool. And now, gearbox frame. And I'm short a gear. The reason I am short a gear is because I forgot about the gear I need on the input face of the gearbox. I really don't understand why these things need so many gears to run. But that's just the way it was designed. But anyway, axles, to steam engine. Steam engine gets the hopper. axles. Now I need gear. I need the golden gears on the sides of this thing, and an iron gear for the front of it. I just don't know right now which golden gear to place on which face. That's kind of a later concern. The important thing is that I need to be able to get a redstone signal to this thing. Based on the fill level of a fluid vessel. And toggle it based on 2 separate points. And I don't know how to do that. Well, let's work on it a bit. Oops. The first concern is that I'm going to need some room over here for the circuitry. Because this is the only direction I'm getting a redstone signal to this block. So my first and most basic concern. Redstone signal to the gearbox frame. Second concern. We have a fluid vessel with a fluid dial and a comparator on it. Probably have to point that in a different direction. Like that. More diamonds. Flattering. And, something has come up actually, so I'll be back to continue this little experiment shortly. Not finished yet, just for the time being. Alright, I do apologize for the pause, but we are now back to our redstone puzzle. That was dumb. I just took water from the wrong square and cannot take water from the right square. I gotta fix this pool. There. Landing pool fixed. And pumping pool fixed. $12, $13, $14, $15, $16. So here's the puzzle. At full power, power level 15, I want this thing to send one signal. But at low power, specifically not less than 15, but more like at 3, I want it to send a different signal. And I don't know if that's even, I mean, surely it's possible. People have been fiddling with redstone for a long time and doing more complicated circuits than what I'm trying to imagine right now. But the puzzle isn't so easy as this. I mean, this would do it for half of what I want it to do. This would activate the circuit when the power is high, when the water level is high enough. The problem is I don't know how to make it hold. Until the power level is then low enough that I want it to shut off. Wait a minute. I think I actually do. No. No, I don't, because that would be infinite. I was thinking of putting a repeater here facing this way, with the thought, the very misguided thought, But that would make it so this power would continue along here, and when it became so low that it no longer touched the repeater would turn off. The problem with that logic is that the repeater would be outputting full power itself, and the circuit would never turn off in that case. But that does give me a bit of a thought. It means I could have a repeater and an and or an O, I don't know. Because my current problem with this is that this will just toggle back and forth, and the reservoir will be pointless. What I have right now is a pump pushing out water. When this is completely full, it will activate this with redstone and toggle the power from the pump to the bore. But then the second this becomes less than completely full, it'll switch off and turn over back to the pump. So it'll be toggling back and forth constantly. I want it to build up a buffer and then only switch over to the pump when the buffer is empty. Because if I flick this switch and empty the reservoir, then the redstone level will commensurately drop. And now it's only pushing power this far. And the fact that the water is clogged in the pipe, that's part of the reservoir. That's intended. But it does tell me that I want the inverse gear here. So it's pushing power over here when it is not full. And then when it receives the signal, it toggles to going over here. So that's the gear section of this puzzle. The redstone part remains a mystery because I want this to stay powered. Until the redstone is no longer here-ish. And I can't just do a repeater, because then it'll turn on earlier than I want it to. I can short this up a little. The tank doesn't have to be completely full. Oh no, maybe it does. Maybe it does. But how do I make it stay on? I think I might need that repeater after all. Just to try and puzzle this out a bit more. Let's go grab that repeater and see if that enlightens us at all. Pipes, axles, repeaters, switch. Don't need the buckets. Definitely don't need the linking tool. At least not right now. I'll hold on to this too. Don't need the plates or the... Well, I might need the lever for something. Kinda doubt it though. It is the repeater. In fact, it's multiple repeaters. I've got it. At least I think I've got it. Like 3, maybe 4 repeaters might do it. So first of all, let's fill this the rest of the way up. $15.8, good enough. It gets the power here. Like that, to start. So now I need to pull this back a little bit. Now there's more of them. I really wasn't expecting a quartz vein. Yeah, that still reaches here with some power to spare. Oh, no, I don't want that at all. I want the power to go up here and not connect there. But it's powering that block, and I don't want that. Same net effect. But better power management. This still doesn't quite fix the problem. Because that just makes this branch irrelevant, since it'll be powered at all times if the water level is high enough. Indeed, any water level at all. And an AND gate isn't the answer either, because then it'll just shut off when one branch of the AND stops. Is this a job for comparator subtract? Is that how this is supposed to work? Oh boy, that's not correct at all. But I've made a clock, which is kind of interesting by itself. do not know what I'm doing here. Do I really need to get into, like, piston toggles to make this work correctly? Actually, I don't think so. If I just link these like this... No, that still doesn't solve the problem. Because now as soon as power reaches here, it activates. How do you make a circuit that turns on at high power and stays on until very low power, without turning it into a circuit that turns on at low power? I don't get it at all. because I'm missing the iron gear. So the entire puzzle is a little bit moot because I didn't even turn it on in the first place. Forgot the missing gear. Well, let me just grab 2 iron. And press out a gear. There. Now we're at least running the bore. And then we stop running the bore when the water gets low and switch over to running the fluid pump instead. And this is the problem. It reaches an equilibrium point where it will run the bore for a tiny bit. Not long enough to accomplish anything, and then switch right back over to the pump long enough to refill its water supply. And no matter what I do with the length of this circuit, that's just how it's going to work. It's functional, but it's not at all what I want it to do. I've got it, and it does need a piston. Do we have wood? Not enough. And an iron. Don't need the quartz. Can't do anything without the planks. That's backwards. We make it a sticky. I don't need any more axles or fluid pipes or the levers for that matter. Yep, I think this is all I need. So I am going to use this line. But not in the way you'd think. Of course, the bedrock is in the way. No, I think I can still make this work. It's gonna be ugly. But we kind of expect that by now. This means I need this lever somewhere else. Because if I move redstone up here, then it's just being activated by this lever permanently. Oh, great. And now it's very broken. Wait, I can put that lever down there. That'll keep this running. Now, what does this change exactly? This. Now, this will remain powered until the water tank is completely empty. And when it's empty, this disables, this bridge finally disables. So the power is being transmitted through this block. I'll need to do a better job of explaining it. So when this tank empties, and this redstone right here shuts off, then it can no longer transmit power through this block. This becomes a power level of 0, which finally shuts this off. And that shuts off the piston. And the piston retracts. So then the power has to build up all the way through this circuit again to activate this end of the circuit to reactivate the piston. See, we're down to 5. I'm just so pleased at having done this that I need to hang out here just to make sure it works as designed. Four. How is this 5 though? 6, 7. Oh, it's coming through here. Wait, that's bad. Because this will be 4 forever if it comes back through here. So what I need to do is another power gate. Now the pump is running. Now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not good enough. 10, 11. Still not quite good enough, but it'll work. This is a one-way gate for the power. So, you don't need to be in subtract mode. Why did I do that? Well, this is how it works now. The water ticks down, the power recedes from the main circuit, but I can still take the shortcut through this block placed there by the piston until this power reaches 0, at which point no power flows through the shortcut, and it retracts the piston, the shortcut is cancelled, and then power has to build up through the main circuit again until it can hit here, activate this, and activate the piston again, reactivating the shortcut. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not good enough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Perfect. And I could even move this shortcut another space or 2 down to change the minimum threshold in the water tank. Power 2. I don't need to do that though. I can have it at absolute minimum, because even if the water tank is empty, the pipes are not empty. So we have a quarter bucket per pipe. That's plenty to keep this thing fed. There, the shortcut is cancelled. It switches over to running the pump. It fills the pump. Power proceeds down the main track as the tank fills. And when it's completely full, well, very close to completely full because it's 14, not 15, then it should reactivate these two gate circuits, push the piston down again, give the whole circuit, there's the shortcut. It switches back over to running the ember borer, and we've done it. I have solved the puzzle of the turn on at high power, turn off at low power circuit. And now I get to enjoy the fruits of my steam engine being a significantly more fuel-efficient way to run the ember borer. Nothing quite like success. Except for gold. Gold is also a little bit like success. The quartz is less crucial. We have access to the nether now, which is all the quartz I could ever ask for. Copper, oh, this is only aluminum. Really don't know what to do with aluminum, if anything. So yeah, that'll do it. All I have to do is keep this hopper full of coal, or charcoal, or other fuels. And we have greatly improved our fuel efficiency, because this thing running off of coal directly was kind of bad. The only thing that could be bad now is if the atmospheric gauge says that we strip mined all the ember out of here. I really hope not, though. Because after going to all this trouble to make a very special toggle shortcut circuit thing, increasing our fuel efficiency in return for lower yield would just be a pain. That's pretty high, actually. Andesite cobble. We got extra repeaters now. The bucket. Oh, the stuff. Oh, it gets worse as we go this way. Huh. And now we're only middling. It sure would be a pain to move this whole setup over over to where the ember is richer. But now we know how. Now we know how. Oh, that's too dark. Can't have that. Huh. It was in the middle a little while ago. Now it's more to the right. I'm so stupidly proud of this. It took way too long to figure out. Just proudly watching my Rube Goldberg circuit. As water leaves the tank. That is some crazy water consumption for a steam engine, though. I'm just glad the pump runs so fast. And is so much more powerful than the steam engine's consumption. Then when the tank is full, it toggles back over. I may never get tired of that. Anyway, our ember input situation is solved. Our clay is solved. Which means we are now able to go even further. The next major phase of Ember will require building out this thing some more. with machine accessors. Fortunately, I have the bricks for that. Iron plates, iron ingots. I might have to have this redstone swing a little wider. It's fine. We have 15 blocks worth of redstone power from that torch. I could even maybe swing around a bit and come at it from the back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that'll do. We get 15 units of power out of a torch. Oh, that went on backwards. That's better. Now we have more ports to place more embers-related nonsense. While we're still running our core machines, or our current core machines, off of this cell, I can maybe tear this emitter down. Like, maybe I could find a way to get redstone to another emitter on this core, so I could run a comparator off of the centrifuge, instead of powering it manually all the time. But more importantly than that, more importantly than even that, we're now in a good position to move on to alchemy. Where am I going with this? Well, you can have one. The other two go back over here. Ember's alchemy, as I partially described last playthrough, is a kind of complicated process. You have to make the exchange tablet first of all, then alchemy pedestals, and the number of alchemy pedestals you need can vary. And you also need a beam cannon to shoot the tablet with. which is a little weird, but you get used to it. So we need an exchange tablet, which is made of Camonite, Dawnstone, and copper. How's the Dawnstone supply? Adequate. Copper plate, Dawnstone plate, Dawnstone. And then 2 stairs and 2 bricks. Which really means 8 bricks. Tablet. Next up, the beam cannon is a necessary part of this. Crystals, Dawnstone, another brick, and 4 copper plates. Oh look, I'm completely out of Camonite. Who is surprised? In fact, let's split that in half. Put half of it up there. And in fact, while this is happening, we are kind of suffering on fuel. So I think it's time to go and bully some spruce trees. Also, definitely harvest this whenever available. I'm not going to burn time making paper right now, but it's on the to-do list. Spruce saplings, and not necessarily bones, but the bone blocks that we collected. Where did those go? I know I have bone blocks. Are they down here? That would make sense. They're there. Boom. Bone meal. And tons of. Okay. First of all, leave. I'm not allowing that kind of nonsense to hang around. Clear cut the grass, get it out of the way. That's another creeper. No. Be gone. And boom. 2x2 spruce trees get real big. And guess what's becoming charcoal? Pretty much all of this. I'll replant another one, but more over here. So any lurking skeletons don't bother us too much. That one can just grow up on its own. Now I actually kind of want to make a hearth coil, believe it or not. It's a big but difficult to manage embers run furnace that doesn't turn off. At least it's not ideal to turn it off. So that would be even more redstone. Oh, there it is. Alright, we can deal with that tree later. Right now we have charcoal to make, and Caminite ready to have things done with it. So, about those bricks, and crystals, and dawnstone. And 4 of those. Beam cannon. Beam cannon needs a button or lever or other redstone signal to run. I trust levers because you can immediately turn off a lever. Buttons actually have the redstone signal run for slightly too long. The last part is alchemy pedestals. Actually, that's not even the last part, but it's on the way. Alchemy pedestals involve entire copper blocks, so they're kind of pricey. Good news. We have copper. Do I need 7? No. I might need 5, though. There's more dawnstone, more crystals, more brick stairs. Just every single annoyance's greatest hits. I've got ingots, but I don't quite have enough plates. Also, we never made that dawnstone anvil. It's getting to be time to need that too. That's why. I didn't have the Caminite at the ready. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Just some more. There's the anvil. This will become necessary soon. Pedestal. Don't have crystals, out of dawnstone ingots. Crystals. Dawnstone ingots means more dawnstone. Am I ready to cook up more of that? Or is this still pointed here? No, that's pointed... Oh, it could be. No. What? Where is this one pointed right now? It can't be at the charger, because the charger is practically empty. So it has to be pointed at the mixer centrifuge. And I need more dawnstone. Planning on 5 pedestals. So that's 10 plates, 10 ingots. Make that 8 plates. No, we'll still make 10 and 10. Just make all of them. Ten plates, 10 ingots is not a multiple of 3. But 12 is. And this might actually be too much. How does the dawnstone mixing process go? 4 and 4 becomes 8. So if I do 6 and 6, it'll be overkill. I'm actually fine with that. Alright, that's off. That's on. This needs to be off, so it can pass through to the mixer. That can be on to block it and send it in here. You need a fluid dial, so I can make sure that I know what's in there. Give me a plate, a redstone, and a paper. Which I got backwards. Okay. Please tell me I have not made any prior mistakes, and the mixer is empty. Good. Let's start with 3 and 3. Actually, we'll just go 6 gold and prepare the 3 copper. So the 6 gold is being correctly routed into this side tank, the south tank. And everything to do with power is going according to plan. How could I get a redstone signal to this emitter? Oh, it's done. Alright, south molten gold 1728, good. Toggle that, so this is now off, and we're now routing to the back tank. Extraction is on. Stamper is ready to make plates. 3 copper, go. They should make us 6 plates. Oh, my mistake. 12 plates. That's still fine, though. That is an overage I do not mind. Now we have silver in the wings and gold in the wings. Do I have any silver plates or gold plates? Do I want any? We have no silver plates. A silver plate goes into Ethereum Forge things and a cinder staff. Might want the cinder staff. Don't want these. The reactor and the catalysis chamber are garbage. Resonating bell, pretty good. And it also makes a focal lens in alchemy. Yeah, I could grab a couple of silver plates. What about gold plates? Do they do anything? No. So 288 is 2 plates worth. Silver plate 1. Silver plate 2. Gold bar 1. And now the rest of the copper, which is still being routed back into the copper tank. You're going to mix up some Dawnstone bars and also prepare some leftover gold bar. Something else I need to do, just to get it done. Upon the anvil, I commit my pickaxe and this motive core. Pickaxe now has a heat bar. That has to do with augment smithing. Pounding, yeah. Dawnstone anvil, heat. You apply a motive core into the item, gains the ability to absorb heat. Eventually we can use the Inferno Forge once we build one to temper the item and apply modifiers. But giving it the ability to accrue heat early helps out. Superheater, not super impressed with, because it already deals fire damage. So dropped items from creatures are already cooked automatically. Blasting core, maybe not. It's interesting for weapons, it's more trouble than it's worth for tools. Caster orb. An interesting thought, but not super impressive. Resonating bell. Definitely want this on my pickaxe. So we can come up on an ore block and then sound for more. Armor augments. My armor's kind of dying, so an augment is not the best idea. And then projectile augments are a thought, but not really useful right now. Although, once we get the Cinder Staff, I could make that one that turns the Cinder Staff homing. So there's my Dawnstone bars. I'll take my other gold bar now. Close that valve and replace the stamp. Things are cooking. So about those pedestals. Oh look, we're out of stairs. Who could have seen that coming? 2, 3, out of stairs again. Out of Camenite again. Blast it all. And I can't cook more yet because charcoaling is underway. So I'll have to use the last of my reserve and remove the stack. 4, 5 alchemy pedestals. There's another piece that goes with the pedestals. But I think that's first discussed in transmutation. Experimentation. Transmutations don't always work, be it ash values, alchemic waste. You can stamp it to get some of the ash back. And you can also examine the fail to see how far off you were. Which means the first attempt is generally going to fail. If you keep meticulous notes, or have another clever system, then you only have to fail once. This also means there's one more machine that I forgot. That's not what it's called. The Cinder Plinth. For another Camenite brick that I have no more Camenite for. Let me just embed this crafting table in the floor. Make another furnace, and cook up this stupid Camenite. I hate Camenite. Always have. And the reason I hate Camenite isn't even because Camenite is bad. It's because the stairs conversion is bad. If there was a way to make stairs without the 2-block loss, such as if the stonecutter existed, but it doesn't yet, then this wouldn't be nearly as annoying. Anyway, Cinder Plinth also requires 2 silver and 3 lead plates. And a furnace. I don't have the lead plates. Let's get some lead plates. I have the silver, though, so that's good. Small amount of dawnstone left over. It does tend to go quick once you make it. Okay, that is closed. I need lead plates. That is off. Go lead. Lead will give me a bonus silver. Which I think I'll also plate, because why not? That's all I need right now. We'll get the rest later. Cinder plinth. The purpose of the cinder plinth is to burn trash into ash. It's another machine that needs to be very, very tightly regulated in terms of its ember consumption. Because it burns ember very slowly and will happily, in fact more than happily, cause you to have overflow problems. So what I'm going to do is, over here-ish, though this looks like a very risky place to put it, I need to make an alchemy area. Let's see here. 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ooh, so it'll come right up to here when it's fully built. But that does mean I can go to the right and I can go back. So let's make some alchemy space. Let's see how much room I have to work with. Oh no, that is much less than anticipated. So much less room than I thought I had to work with. This thing is basically right up against the corner. What am I going to do for my alchemy setup? I've also managed to break my staircase leading to my ladder here. Though in truth, I can just go ahead and take some of this down. Yeah, this isn't good at all. It's much too small. back there, maybe, with a relay? Or is that also... It's much less limited. I could go over here. May as well make this look nice. As awkward and pointless as it is. It actually kind of does fit. Or could be made to. So, hey look, more marble. Not what I'm here for, but certainly not going to let it get away. Coal, a little less interested in, but we did just feed a whole bunch to the steam engine down below. I haven't destroyed any circuits, have I? No. Wasn't dumb enough to put redstone on coal. So much more of this than I was counting on. Yikes. Is it done now? I think it's done now. Let's block it back up. Without falling, because that's my pool over there. This is lava and doom. Might not have the cobblestone for this, because there was also that coal in addition to the marble. No, we're good. Oh, I wanted that dug down. There we go. If I do it that way, then I can... Let's see, torch here just fine. Torch here. Emitter. With its own potential redstone circuit. which I think will be fed from here, in the back of it. That doesn't quite work, because the cinder plinth has to go on a bin. Yeah, place any item into it, power it, it'll burn the item into ash, automatically place the ash in a bin. So I need a hopper, add chest, add bin, mostly iron and a plate. Iron, plate. This marble can be put away. Bin. All this coal, too. Good stuff. So we need to go chest, hopper, bin, cinder plinth, ember receptor, which I think can go on the back. And then we need a staircase, because this will be an ember dial. Dial coming off the side. Comparator. And then the redstone just works. Oh, I need an inverter. Which I don't have. And I don't have space for. I'm not doing it like this anyway. If I put the ember down on the underside here, then I can comparator this pointing right, and then get a redstone here, but then that connects there, which we don't want. But then I can have a torch here for my inverter, but then we'll do that. That solves it. So that's the torch to activate that emitter. This is our comparator, and then this redstone will deactivate that torch when needed. This just needs an ember dial, also some stone stairs. I happen to have some, though not quite enough. Get rid of the andesite. And the ladders while I'm at it. Huh. Why did coal go in there? Oh yeah. Because this isn't upgraded still. One day I will do this, but it is not today. We should in fact be done with today, but I don't feel like being done with today just yet. I have a comparator to make. Also, these motive cores should be put away. I don't need them right now. And plate. Redstone. Out of paper. Yes, I was looking at that one paper and still said out of paper. Because I want a paper left to preserve the stack so I can still use this thing. Line down so I can put the ember dial on the underside. And then our comparator goes right there. And the only reason this isn't firing is because I never configured these. Now we will fill the cinder cliff's power requirements from main power. And be ready to burn junk. Junk into ash is necessary for alchemy. And as for the actual alchemy, this is enough space. Though only barely. We have the tablet. Traditionally, I put the beam cannon immediately above. Target set. This is another device that will need power regulation. But I'm actually less concerned with overflow on the beam emitter. Because it doesn't really care all that much. It pushes out enough power in a single shot that fussing about overage and regulation is kind of a waste of effort. Put that lever on it, so we have a firing lever. I need an emitter that will always be powered without interfering with any of my existing circuits. And the way to do that is to put one here and a lever on it. I don't think I can put a lever here because that'll activate this. I also don't have a spare lever. Also, stairs. Maybe not that one like that. Maybe that one like this. lever. Target. Target. Lever. I was afraid that would happen. If I stick the lever instead on that thing, then it doesn't do what I don't want it to do. Perfect. I could stand another ember dial as well. Just so I know how much power is in the beam cannon. I think it uses all of its power per shot, which is like 2,000, which is not ideal. It would honestly be better to regulate it so it can't be full. Like it stops at being half full. But then I'd have to figure out a way to get a redstone signal from a cannon in my ceiling to an emitter in my floor. Hang on, stop for a second. Who says the beam cannon has to be in the ceiling and strike the exchange tablet from above? Let's try something else I've never tried before. The problem with this, again, is this circuit is just inconveniently placed. What I want to do now is have the beam cannon there. This, of course, calls for another comparator. And then some more circuit magic. I certainly am getting my redstones worth this playthrough. So you get a receptor. You also get a dial directly on you. And a comparator on that dial. And I think this needs to be 5 long because it can go half of its own length. Let me just push this circuit deeper into the ground so it doesn't interfere. And I can bridge this one right over once I get it to the appropriate length. I could even go over length and then use a repeater to just cut the detection at that necessary length. I just 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll test it. Oh yeah, inversion. Whoops. This does need to be bigger than I thought. It's a pain getting all the wiring to agree. No, I can't do that because that interferes with the circuit. What if I move the tablet back a square? Nothing wrong with that. So beam cannon, receptor, ember dial, comparator, tablet, other little trick is the firing lever. That lights, but does it connect to this? I don't know. If I place a redstone back here, then it does. Oop, don't put that there. Oh, right. I'm going to need to be able to access every side of this thing without walking off the cliff. We'll deal with that later. I might end up expanding this over into the chasm and roofing it off appropriately. That's not legal. That wouldn't work right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we still need the inversion. Oh. And this interferes. Guess who's going even deeper into the hole? You are. Is that as deep as I can push it, or can we go farther? We can go a little farther. That's as deep as I can push it. And this is only 2, which is not good, because it needs to be at least 5. I don't think I have the space to make that happen. Two. 3, 4, 5, 6. I can tolerate 6. Let's get these connected and see if it works. Give me that lever back. It stops at 800. Is 800 enough to fire? It is. So we're good. We're good on power. It doesn't interfere with anything else. Aside from being hideous and forcing me to rewire everything multiple times. But I now have a minimum power beam cannon that I can use to trigger transmutations. Next challenge. Placing these. Traditionally, I like to have them in a kind of nice arrangement. That's not nice, but it gets the job done. Oh, but now I can't reach the back side of this without extreme difficulty. Do I want to tolerate that? I may have to. Or there is another option. That. It ain't pretty, but it'll work. Oh, you know what would make a great thing to turn into ash? Surplus sand, since we can make infinite sand now. And quickly at that. That's going to go to overflow. It didn't go to overflow. Oh, because there's redstone over here in the table. There is more yet that we need to do to get this alchemy stuff well and truly online. That can be a tomorrow project. For the time being, we have certainly done enough damage. However, I do need to get my charger reconnected to things. Maybe just an emitter here that's just kind of powered and nobody cares. Would that mess with anything? I think it would, actually. I can't have one over here either, unless we push this down. But I can't really do that either. I just want to get my charger online. And a lever. Oh, I can get the charger online. With this here, put a lever atop it. That doesn't interfere with anything. There we go. Now I can fully charge this thing. It's kind of a trickle charge. I think it pushes power into my cells faster than it receives it, so this is not a problem. And with that, I think we're all set for the day. We can farm some more sand, get it in the cinder plinth, fry it up as alchemical ash, and then start talking about what that means for us and where we can go from there. We'll kind of log out staring at this setup as our statement of intent. And I will see you next time. Until then.